Hello, hello. Is everyone ready for the big day? Scatters. All right, here we are. I don't think today needs much of an introduction. I'm excited. We're gonna hop into. Well, we have. First of all, we're gonna have a look at the new Diabellstar lore cards in a second. But first and foremost, or most importantly, rather, it's a very big day for Master Duel, so I'm excited. Let us warm up as fast as possible. I've already got some deck lists prepared, so we're not gonna have to waste much time on building the decks. The only thing I haven't done yet is open the packs yet, but I've already made some deck lists that where all we have to do is open the packs and put the cards in, and then we're good to go. So yeah, let's warm up, and then we're gonna begin. Let us begin. I got something blue here. Could be Bitron. Yeah, that's that Bitron? Yeah. It is Bitron. This is an Arcana Force support card. I don't know what it's called. Arcana Call. We've got the Performapal stars here. It's... I have no idea what that is. The Performapal cat? Whimwitch. That is Harpy Lady... I think 1? Dude, how do you spell Harpy? Harpy Lady 1. You feel familiar. Why do you feel familiar? Who are you? I don't know. That's not familiar at all. Okay. Wind up dog. Yeah. Jackalope. Tri-Brigade? Yeah. Is that Rugal or Shureg? I always mix those two up. I think it's Rugal. Yeah. My first instinct was to go Shureg. That's how I knew it was Rugal, because I'm always wrong. Swordsman level 2. I think. Yeah. Feels dark worldy. But which one? Beige? No. Wait, which one is that? Is it beige? Oh, it is beige. Okay. Melodious. Tum, right? Yeah, the time card. Yeah. Oh, not an Evol again. Evol tile. Is it Najasho? It is Najasho. Okay, this time it's a Crystron, right? That's a Crystron. Is it Quandox? No. Metaltron? Is that from Metaltron? No, it's not. Quarion? Dandrux. See, I told you it's a Crystron. Crystal Beast, Rainbow Dragon, something. But it's probably a spell trap. I'm gonna skip it. Bridge of the Heart. Alright, cool. This is Krebons. Don't know that one. Numeronius. Okay. Is that Goatee Chain? Yeah. That looks like a Blackwing. That is a Blackwing. Oh god, I know him. Blackwing, Kochi the Daybreak. Yeah. Is that a Zodiac monster? Zodiac sign. Yeah. I think that's a heroic monster. I'm gonna skip because I'm not very good at those. Yeah. Grave Keeper's Spy. Nefam, thank you for the 12 months. Happy New Year to you as well. Appreciate you. I know this one, I think. This is... Oh, that's a Curry. We played this one in the event. Junkaribo. In the burn in the 2025 life points. Oh, the Blade Rabbit. Moisey Flu, thank you for the 26. Appreciate you. Trevor? I don't know the name of this one. Power Angel Valkyria. Grandmark thing with a 26. That is Grimmer Agerine, whatever. Ymir. That one. Don't know this one. I don't think. Looking Cybers though. Don't know this one either. Amazon is something probably. It looks like Amazonis, but half counter. All right, not even an Amazonis card. These are tough. Nick Boy, thank you for the 11 months. Appreciate that. Prediction Ritual. All right, those last couple ones were not good. We need to pick up the pace. That's Trident. That is... What is that? Oh, Slate Warrior. Yeah. That's something Reactor Dragon. Ancient Gear Reactor Dragon. Yeah. Summon Skull. This is the flip-flop monster. Gate, something gate. Maybe not gate. Golem Sentry. That's the one. Yeah. Something Neos. Neos, this is something spirit, I think. Wrath of Neos? Wrath of Neos. Nope. Reverse of Neos. Okay, unfortunate. That is Turn Toad. Turn Toad. That is Gravekeeper's Spy again. All right, we'll take it. That is the Fire Lake, isn't it? No, not Fire Lake. Traveler. Maybe it's Fire Lake. What? What? Oh god, Karakuri. Shed. That was misleading. It did look like Traveler, yeah. That's some. This is a Vylon spell, I think. I have no idea what it's called. It could be it could be you might be right. Maybe it's Mech Blast or something. Mech timed blast, yeah. Okay. Misk, right? Yep. This is the super rare something interception, I think. The denial. Oh, ruthless denial, that one. Not interception. Don't know what that is. Fancia. That is Phantom Knights, right? Surely. Which one is that? Is that Shade Brigandine? Shade Brigandine. I'm not sure if it's Shade Brigandine. Fragile. Why is it always fragile armor? The last Phantom Knight card we had a couple days ago was also fragile armor. Okay, Cyber End Dragon, but not Cyber End Dragon. I don't know the card. Cybernetic Revolution. Brother, that's a booster pack. What is that? Kirin? Is it old Kirin or new Kirin? I think that's old Kirin. Thunder of Ruler. Is this the Valkyrie field spell? Ride of the Valkyries. Ride of the Valkyries. That is a Gladiator Beast. That's a Gladiator Beast shield. Battle Archfiend shield, yeah. That's Dust Tornado. That's Circle of the Fire Kings. That's Aquamador, either I think Glacier. Oh, of course not. Light Raymond Or. Moonsault? Yeah. Red Warg. Raden? Raz, not Raden, Raz. This is the Dragon Equip spell. What is this one called? Dragon Treasure or something? Dragon Treasure. Oh. Hey, not bad. 878. Not bad at all. All right, once again, we're speeding through this. We're speeding through this so that we can get into today's stuff. All right, we're looking for a level 4 monster with 1500 attack. That shouldn't be too hard. And it is 2016 or newer. But it's less than 1500 attack. Artesia, they all have 1500 defense as well, right? Does Circular have 1500 defense? It does. It's not Circular. 1500 attack, level 4 monster. Not a dark. Blue Tang. Sure. It's not just an effect monster. That could mean Link. It could mean Exceed. It could mean Pendulum. Oh, it can't be Exceed. Never mind. I'm just referring to the new ban list being live in Master Duel. Calm down. What Link? It would have to be a Link 4 with 1500 attack. I don't know if there is any. It could just be it could just be a Pendulum, honestly. It could also be a Synchro. Merry Melfi's. Good call. Good call. It was just Merry Melfi's. All right. Good call. Well done. All right. All right. Are we all ready? Are we all ready for today? Today's a big day. I'm excited. All right. Before we boot up Master Duel, though, we also have an announcement for some new cards from Alliance Insight, and they've been saving up some bangers. I'm guessing, because this is another wave of Sinful Spoil support over here. I saw some people in chat earlier talking about how it would be the last wave of Sinful Spoil support because the lore ends here. I'm not too deep into the lore, so I don't actually know. But yeah, the battle for the Sinful Spoils reaches its climax. It's also kind of hinted at in the title here that it maybe is the last wave of support for now. Either way, we have Dia Bellstar, the Sin Agitator. So it looks like kind of Dia Bellstar's final form here. A Dark Fiend, level 8, 2500 attack, 2100 defense. This card is always treated as a Sinful Spoils card. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. You can banish a spell and a trap from your hand and or graveyard. Special summon this card from your hand or graveyard. Okay. Quick effect, you can pay half your life points, then target a card your opponent controls, destroy it, then if another Diabell monster card is on the field, you can special summon an illusion or spellcaster tuner synchro monster from your extra deck. This feels like a solid card without being too crazy, which I'm gonna be honest with you, that's what I'm hoping for with these cards, kind of. Like I'm hoping that they can be good cards, but I'm hoping that they don't specifically do super well. Like I don't want I don't want them to revive Snake Eye, basically, right? I'm happy that Snake Eye is where it is right now. I think if this goes in the direction of White Forest support, Azamina support, I'm okay with it. Yeah, so that's kind of like where I'm at with these kind of cards. Having to banish a trap is not trivial, I think, depending on what other cards we have here. I mean, at least so far, these decks have not been running a lot of traps. And of course, White Forest does have a trap card, for example, where like you don't want to banish that trap card, right? Like you want to keep your trap card around. So yeah. Wanted can recycle banished sinful spells. I mean, yeah, I understand that. Like, but it's still like you have to find a way to search this card and set up a spell and a trap in a hand or graveyard to summon it, and then you still have to like you're just passing turn with this card on the field, and it's a pop. And then if you have another Diabell on the board, which keep in mind, the decks that we're playing so far are not really incentivized to keep other Diabells on the board, except for the Diabell Synchro 8. That's one that you would have to keep on the board. But yeah, it's not bad at all. It's a good card. I don't think it's broken though. I don't think it's broken. And here we have the final form of Diabells. Diabells the White Witch, which is a level 8 illusion, 25/21, is always treated as a White Forest card. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. You can send a spell or trap from your hand or field to the graveyard. Special summon this card from your hand. If this card is normal or special, you can send a Sinful Spoils or Diabell card from your deck to the graveyard. Okay, where are all the people... Where are all the people that said banning original Sinful Spoils over Flamberge was a bad decision? I think now everyone's hella happy that they banned original Sinful Spoils and not Flamberge. I mean, to be fair, at the time where people complained about original over Flamberge, this card wasn't out yet, and like, you know, they couldn't have known that. But in the context of original Sinful Spoils being legal, this card is completely absurd. Without original Sinful Spoils legal, we'll have to wait and see like what you're sending with this card, right? Because of course, a foolish effect is pretty powerful, but what are you sending, right? Like, what are you doing? You can send this one, I guess, because it is treated as a Sinful Spoil card, yeah. So if you have a spell and a trap in rotation, you can send the Diabell Star to set it up. Monster you control cannot be destroyed by your opponent's card effects while you control 2 or more Diabell monsters. Okay, so these new cards definitely try to incentivize you to keep Diabell on the board, which I think is a good, like, that's a good thing design-wise, because A, it discourages you from just spamming infinite extra deck monsters, and the second thing, just like, from a feeling, like, one thing I never liked about the Diabell Star lore was how one of its main monsters, Diabell Star, was, like, on the field for, like, 2 seconds. You just summon Diabell Star and then you send it for OSS as quickly as possible. The White Forest level 8 Synchro is also a Diabell monster. I know, I mentioned that like a couple of minutes ago. I'm aware of that, but it's not as trivial to summon a level 8 Synchro monster and these 2 monsters. At least from the cards that we're seeing here. Like, those are multiple card combos, I'm pretty sure, without original Sinful Spoils in the mix. Yeah. Azamina. Oh, the card is just called Azamina? Okay. Illusion Fusion, level 12, 4K, 4K. Queen of the Azamina, plus a fusion or sync. What's Queen of the Azamina? Queen of the Azamina. Oh, that's a Supreme Darkness card. That's why I'm not familiar. I forgot. This card's always treated as a Sinful Spoil if it's sent to the graveyard. Ah, okay, wait. This is also, this is pretty good context for this card. Because this card exists. If this card is sent to the graveyard... Oh no, from hand or field. Never mind, I chatted. You can special summon this card when your Azamina or White Forest monster destroys an opponent's monster by battle. You can target a sinful spell trap in your grave, add to your hand. Okay, this card's not very good. I mean, it's not terrible. It's not terrible, but it's also not crazy. And this... Okay. So this requires that one plus a fusion or synchro. Must be either fusion summit or special summit by tributing a sacred or sanct Azamina you control. That's also in Supreme Darkness, I think. Hold up. Yeah, that's that one. The big fusion. Okay. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good upgrade to this, right? Because you're going to summon this, and then you're going to use its quick effect to summon another Azamina monster, and then you can just tribute it off for this. And you can even tribute a monster your opponent controls with it, going second. Cannot be destroyed by card effects. Each time your opponent activates a card or effect, all monsters your opponent controls lose 500 attack when it resolves. Your opponent cannot activate the effects of monsters with 0 attack. Okay, the effect of this card is not crazy, I think. It's more about the ability to tribute your opponent's face-up monster going second. Right? It's more about just being a free, quote-unquote, contact fusion by tributing this thing and your opponent's monster, which is a neat option if you have the room for it, but it's not... None of this is crazy, which is a good thing probably with what we've been through with the Bellstar lore. Snake Eyes Execute Dragon. Okay, that's scary. Snake Eyes card. Level 12 Synchro. Generic. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. During the main phase quick effect, you can target a face-up monster on the field or in the graveyard, place it face-up in its owner's spell trap zone as a continuous spell. Also, this card cannot use this effect next turn. During the battle phase quick effect, you can target 2 cards on the field, 1 monster and a continuous spell, destroy them. This card's good. But it's not like... This doesn't feel like Snake Eye support in that sense. You know, it feels like a Snake Eye card because of what it does. But it doesn't feel like it's something that fits perfectly into Snake Eyes, right? This is just a good generic level 12 synchro. You can play this anywhere where you can make a level 12 synchro because it's just, that's a really powerful effect. So you just like, you summon this thing, and then you, on your opponent's turn, you just put quick effect, put a monster into the spell trap zone, which is really strong removal. That's really, really strong removal. And then it even gives you a battle phase, like, interruption as well, which is not the broken part about this card, but it's a nice bonus, right? It makes it hard to run over. And in case you... It's very funny because it doesn't have to be your continuous spell. If your opponent is playing continuous spells, you can just completely destroy them in the battle phase, right? Like if you're playing against, I don't know, you're playing against the Bestials and they have Branded Regained, you can just go to the battle phase and go like, yeah, execute dragon, effect, destroy your Regained and your monster. Or any other deck with continuous spells for that matter, right? Like King Sarcophagus, you name it, Voiceless Voice, Nightmare Pain, all that stuff, right? You just pop it. And a monster. This is a very strong generic card. This is a very, very strong generic level 12 monster. Of course, it has added synergy, theoretically, in a Snake Eye deck. If you can, like, place your Snake Eye Bellstar back into your spell and trap zone or something. But, I think this is much better as, like, a generic tool for even like Centurion, or you can probably like White Forest can also make it, right? White Forest can also make that. We have Mystic Mystery of the White Forest. Oh, speaking of White Forest, okay, level 4 Illusion Synchro Tuner. Oh, that means Diabells can summon this, right? Because it's a level 4 Synchro Tuner. Generic, you can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. If this card is special summoned, you can target 2 White Forest monsters in your graveyard, place them face up in their owner's spell and trap zone as continuous spells. During your opponent's main phase quick effect, you can activate this effect immediately after it resolves synchro summon. Interesting. This is... correct me if I'm wrong. This feels like the first one that, for White Forest, that puts the monsters into the spell trap zones. Right? That's not usually what White Forest does, but it's pretty good for White Forest if you think about it in the long term. Because you can send those monsters that you put into your spell trap zone, you can send them for cost later, right? You can send them for LZ, for Stellar, for Rushia to draw, for your Synchro Monsters effects as cost. This is the level 4 tuner, so what that means is if you make Dia Bells, which is the level 8 Synchro, on your opponent's turn, you can summon this off of it, put 2 White Forests from your graveyard into your spell trap zone, and then you can make this thing, the Execute Dragon, and then you will have, you can remove your opponent's monster by pushing it back, and then you can also use the effect to destroy in their battle phase. It's a neat option. Of course, White Forest can't really summon it outside of Dia Bell's effect, right? Like, the White Forest does not have the means usually to summon a level 4 Synchro, because they've got level 4 tuner and level 2 non-tuner. That doesn't add up. But as an option to summon off of Dia Bells, it seems pretty good. The only thing that is slightly weird about this is that technically all of the White Forest monsters during your opponent's turn, they want to be in your graveyard, right? Think of Rushia's and Sylvie's effects, quick effects, to return a White Forest Synchro and then summon themselves out, right? This is something you would like to have in the graveyard. You don't want to put them into your spell trap zone, actually. And the same is true for Estelar and LZ, because they have effects where they return from the graveyard if something happens. So, a little counterintuitive in some ways, but it does make sense, and it's a pretty good card in a grind game with White Forest, which is that's perfect for me if you ask me. I like that kind of design. It doesn't feel like it's super broken, but it has some neat applications. I like this a lot. This is pretty neat. We have Phileas Dia Bell, normal spell card. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. Add a level 8 or higher Dia Bell monster from your deck to your hand, or if only your opponent controls a monster, you can special summon it instead. Okay, so this is pretty good. It specifically excludes the OG Dia Bell Star, the level 7 one, which makes it a lot weaker. But if you ever play a deck where you play these cards over here, the Dia Bell Star, the Sin Educator, Dia Bell's the White Witch, or even some of the other level 8, I think, like, stuff like this is... Oh, this is not a Dia Bell card. Okay, so if you play those cards and you want to open with them, then this is a good card, right? If this card becomes banished, you can make all Dia Bell monsters you control gain 500 attack. Okay, that's a almost irrelevant secondary effect. So it's mostly a Rhoda that can be a little bit better going second, which is nice. But because it excludes Dia Bell Star, like the OG Dia Bell Star, that makes it a little bit weaker. Oh yeah, Snake Eye Dia Bell Star is technically a level 8, right? But like, add that card was considered a brick, right? Snake Eye Dia Bell Star is not something you would like to search, I don't think, most of the time. But yeah. It's a chain block for the Dia Bell Star on summon effects, so it's kind of useful. That's true. Yeah, you could banish it as cost to summon this. But what are you trying to chain block? Because this doesn't trigger anything. This does not have a trigger effect, so... Yeah. Curse of Dia Bell. This is okay, we get 2 trap cards here, which I think is important. Because I was wondering, like, what kind of trap cards would you be wanting to banish for Dia Bell Star, the Sin Educator? Because so far, you don't play many trap cards in these decks, and if you do, they are not good when banished. Like cards like Woes of the White Forest or something like that, or even Silvera, the very early Dia Bellstar trap, you would want to keep those cards around. You don't want to banish them. So let's see what these do. Curse of Dia Bell, normal trap. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. If you control 2 or more Dia Bell monsters, send a monster you control to the graveyard. Destroy all face-up cards your opponent controls. This is obviously a very powerful effect if you could pull it off. But for a trap card, this feels very situational. It feels very situational because basically what this card reads like is like, oh, if your deck completely functions already, you can win even more. Yeah, well, we'll see. If this card is sent to the graveyard or banished from the hand or deck, you can add a Dia Bell spell or trap from your deck to your hand, except Curse of Dia Bell. Oh, you know what? I think the second effect is the one that's nice here. That's what we're talking. Now, of course, Dia Bell spell trap, you don't usually play that many so far. But Filius Dia Bell is another one. They also had, in Supreme Darkness, there's also a couple of them. Remember, I thought their names were very funny because they were called like Play the Dia Bell and Like the Dia Bell, I think. Those would also be options. This is good because this means this is a phenomenal send for Dia Bellstar. It's a phenomenal card to pay the cost with on White Forest cards. That sort of deal. And it's also a phenomenal banish for the Educator. This is why this card is good. And then the first effect, I'm assuming most of the time, is going to be like a nice to have kind of thing. Like if you have a really good hand that can afford to just either search this card or doesn't need to send it for cost for everything because your hand is just that good, you can keep it around as an extra disruption. But that kind of flexibility is nice, right? Like you draw this in your White Forest Dia Bellstar deck, for example, and you get to decide, like, am I gonna pitch it for my White Forest cards as a free send? Or am I going to keep it around to use the first effect? And having that flexibility in a card is very good. So that's pretty good. Yeah. It's like the Fiendsmith trap, good graveyard effect, but decent on-field effect if you want. Kind of like that, but in a way even better, because for the Fiendsmith trap, you are correct. It is mostly used for its graveyard effect, and the on-field effect happens very rarely, but if it does, it's really powerful. So it's kind of like that with this card. The difference is the archetype that this card is in, right? Because Fiendsmith in Paradise is being played in a lot of Fiendsmith decks. You don't really have a way to discard it unless you draw it specifically with Fiendsmith Tract. But discarding Fiendsmith in Paradise for Fiendsmith Tract is not great because then you're not discarding Lurie, right? So you're not using Tract as an extender in that sense, right? With this card, it's in an archetype that's full of effects with that send it to the graveyard, right? You got Dia Bellstar, you got White Forest, you got all kinds of cards that send for cost, that require you to have spell traps to send for cost. So this card is just like, this card is perfect for that sort of scenario. So this is really good. And then we have Sinless Sinful Spoils. Continuous trap card. You can only use the first effect of this card's name once per turn. Activate one of these effects. Either target a Dia Bell monster in grave or banishment, discard a card if you do special summon that monster, or target a face-up monster card in your spell trap zone, special summon it. This is a neat card to have around. Unfortunately, I feel like while those cards are nice and would certainly be good in a grind game, I feel like it does too little to actually be included. But I don't know. 07 Dia Bell. See, this is the thing. Even if I look at these images, I never understand what's going on. I never... How do you guys know that Diabel is gone? I don't know how that works. Anyways, that's not what I'm here for. I'm here to tell you if the effect is good or not. I wish this card had an effect if it's sent to graveyard for cost. Like, if this card had something like, if this card is sent to grave or banishment from hand or deck, then you could set it, but banish it when it leaves the field, kind of thing. That I think then it'd be good enough. The fact that whenever you draw this card, you cannot send it for your white forests, I think that's what makes it a little too weak. But yeah. Okay, overall, I am relieved with this wave because this mostly feels like stuff that goes into White Forest and Azamina decks, which is precisely what I've been asking for, right? Like, I've been saying, like, please stop making stuff that synergizes with Snake Eye and Snake Eye only. Give me more stuff for Azamina and White Forest, and this is what this is, for the most part. I think these cards are not too broken. These cards are not crazy. These cards are just solid cards. A lot of them are very solid. They're not bad cards. Especially the Synchro 12 is a very good generic tool as well. But this is neat. I think this is all right. I mean, look, I'll take anything over just another broken tier 0 wave of Snake Eye support. All right, like that's fine by me. Goblin Bikers forgotten. Yeah. I don't know what you want me to tell you. If you're a Goblin Biker fan, you've chosen by far the least loved archetype out of the Diabel Star lore. All right, like, hey, it is what it is. Unfortunate. Swafty, thank you for the first time Prime. Appreciate that a lot. Okay, that being said, let us move on to the Master Duels, where we have a couple of new things to look at and talk about and everything. So, I've already prepared a bunch of different decks that I want to talk about. We're not going to be able to play all of these decks today, of course, but we're going to talk about, like, in general, the situation that we're in Master Duel right now, with the new ban list getting going in effect, and of course the new selection pack being released. We're going to have a little bit of a discussion about that in a moment once we're done opening some packs, and then we're going to hop into ranked and try some of these decks out myself. First things first, everyone, remember to dismantle your Chandras and your Sangan summonings if you have them. I already did it this morning, just so I make sure to not forget. We're going to get a free poll from the Tistina secret pack, because it's new. Tistina and Eldritch have a secret pack now. We're going to get a free poll in real quick. Looks like we're going to hit a super rare. Nice. Free real estate. All right, take it. I think I have 3 of those already, so I can just dismantle that. Let me just, yeah, I have 4. Okay. And for this pack, it's a big one, even though the archetypes featured in this pack are not the greatest. I'm actually, despite the fact that I don't think Ashened is going to be any meta relevant, I am kind of excited to try it out, simply because I thought the deck looked fun in the TCG, and I got myself the cards, but I actually haven't gotten to play with them yet. So I'm actually looking forward to, we're going to try it just for a couple of games because I want to. Not because I think it's good, but I do think Ashened is worth mentioning, at least. Other than that, of course, Varudras is a big deal for Yubel. We'll talk about Yubel in a little bit as well. We've got the Light and Darkness package, which this monster, like the fusion monster, is not super relevant. I guess Branded can theoretically make it. But the the bigger deal about this thing is that this dragon is actually quite good in Dragon Link versions. The Dark End Evaporating Dragon is actually a solid card. But obviously, the reason why overall, even with the archetypes not being super relevant in this pack, the pack is still going to change the way we play Master Duel significantly is because of these two guys here. Molcharmi Purulia and Molcharmi Fuvalos are obviously phenomenal Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Everyone knows that. However, do not be fooled into anyone calling these guys Maxi 2. All right? Anyone who says there's 9 Maxis in Master Duel now is it's a red flag, basically. Anyone who says there's 9 Maxis in Master Duel now does not know what they're talking about. All right? These cards are good cards. However, especially Molcharmi Purulia, I think is not going to see that much play in Master Duel. Because the big balancing factor with these two cards is that you do not get to use them if you go first. Because the first requirement to activate these cards, if you control no cards, you can discard this card. That means, I'll look at it in a moment. Having to control no cards in order to activate these means that they're basically unusable when you go first. Because when you go first, over 90% of the time, unless you completely break or something really unexpected happens, you're going to have some sort of board. Even if you get Nibiru, or even if you just like activate a field spell just to start playing, all of that counts. You can't activate Molcharmis if you control any kind of card. Which means that the big drawback of these cards, similar to other cards like Dark Ruler No More or Evenly Matched, is that going first, they're essentially dead cards. Which in Best of 1, where you don't have game 2 and 3 to like side deck these cards in or out of your deck, makes these cards a lot less flexible and a lot less... They are less of a staple than they are in the TCG or OCG. And while... Look, don't. I'm not saying these cards are not going to see play, because they will. They are good Yu-Gi-Oh cards, but there's a little bit more thought that you have to put into playing these cards than Max C. Because Max C, it's a simple decision. Card's broken, put it into every single deck. If you go first and make a board, Max C behind it is even more disgusting. If you go first with this card in Master Duel, you're going to have dead cards in your deck, right? There's more nuance to it. And so as a result of that, I think there are scenarios where you will want to play this card, and there are scenarios where you will not want to play this card. And on another note, these cards are also less powerful than Maxi because they draw less cards. Molcharmi Fuvalos, for instance, draws a card every time your opponent special summons a monster from the deck and or extra deck, which sounds very powerful at first, if you think of super broken decks that'll summon a billion times from the extra deck, which certainly exist, but at the same time, there also exist a bunch of decks that can play around this relatively well. And this is something that we've experienced in the TCG for a couple of months now, where there are a bunch of decks that will not give you that many draws under Molcharmi Fuvalos. And those decks really benefit if everyone is playing these cards in the main deck, because they're essentially not very good cards against that deck. There's more examples, but for example, stuff like Centurion, decks like Voiceless Voice, decks like Labyrinth are all very meta-relevant card decks that you will run into that Molcharmi Fuvalos will draw almost no cards against, whereas Max C will. And most of the time, even against something like Voiceless Voice or Centurion, Max C will give you multiple cards per activation, whereas Molcharmi Fuvalos might give you 1 or even 0. And I think that's worth noting. That's important. So, I'll show you in a second. I have a couple of decks prepared, and we're going to have a little bit of a discussion of which decks you would want to play this card in, which cards you maybe don't want to play this card in, and also which formats you want to play this card in. Because obviously the biggest draw, the biggest thing about Molcharmi Fuvalos, the biggest reason why you would want to play it is because you can counter some of those decks that don't have a great plan B under Fuvalos, right? Like if there's a deck in the format that people play despite the fact that there is 3 Maxis and 3 Molcharmi Fuvalos in people's decks, that goes super hard without having a plan B, then you might still want to main deck this card and take the risk. Similar to how cards like Dark Ruler No More or Evenly Matched have seen play in Master Duel, right? They're not super common, even though everyone knows they're good cards. Like, we know Dark Ruler No More is a very good card. Evenly Matched is a very good Yu-Gi-Oh card, but there's some nuance to using them in best of one. It's a calculated risk, right? If I go first and I put all these cards in my deck, I'm gonna have a bad time. So the same is true for Fuvalos, but in some instances you might still want to play it. So yeah, let's open some packs, because I do want to pick up some of these cards from here, and then I'll put these into some of my decks and we'll talk about it. All right, let's start. Great start. One rainbow. Is the rank 10 worth using in Duel? Absolutely. Absolutely. It's a very, very powerful card, Barudras. Nothing on Drytron. Look, A, I don't like Drytron, and B, I don't even think it's good. What? Alright, cool. This could have been a Chaos Space. Bestial Control featuring Dark End. That is also something I want to play eventually, yeah. I brought that upon myself. Oh, Blink Out is in here as well. That's interesting. How come you always have so many gems when a new set drops? Because I'm a responsible content creator and I make sure to have access to all the cards so I can showcase you even archetypes like Ashened. And I play a lot of solo modes. Oh, okay. Skip for good luck worked. At somewhat. We got Perulia. Okay. Do you think Ashened will have a chance in Master Duel? The fine chance. Because I think you can play it. I think you can climb with it. But I think that's true for most Yu-Gi-Oh decks. I think most Yu-Gi-Oh decks are good enough to climb with in Master Duel if you are a dedicated player and you know what you're doing with the deck and so on and so forth. Now, if you're asking me, can I win the next Duelist Cup with it? Then I'd probably tell you no. But can you climb to like Diamond or Master with it? Probably. If you're good. White Forest Field Spell got released. Oh, link me that as soon as it's translated. We got Bonbon. Alright, 3 Ultras at least. Where are my Fuvalos? I hate that. Every time. It's worse than just opening a pack where nothing happens. Because you're like, okay, I'm not expecting anything. But when the freaking Utopia shows up, I hate that. Please stop giving me Ultimate Bright Knight Ursatron Alpha. I'm begging. Oh, the supers. This card's cool. I think in best of one, there could be decks that this card could be played in. That would have been a cool royal. I would have taken that. Oh, we got 3 Perulias. Don't do it to me. Don't, I swear to God. Upgrade plus Utopia. Okay. Man, these packs are bad. I'm getting nothing. It's always just one rainbow pack, nothing else. That's cool. All right. We got one more batch of 10. We have pulled every single ultra rare except for Drytron, which we didn't need anyways, but we haven't pulled Fuva, we haven't pulled Varudras, and we haven't pulled VODs. That's not good. Okay. This pack is a must pull? No, I don't think so. I think for most people, it's actually not a must open. Because I think if you're not trying to play Ashened, like I want to play Ashened. If I wouldn't play Ashened or Drytron, I would just craft the Molcharmies and call it a day. Like if you're not interested in the archetypes here, then you actually don't have to open this. Yeah. We also pulled 0 evaporation dragons, but we have 7 chaos spaces. I hate it here. Okay. Fine. Yeah. Okay, let me quickly craft the stuff that I'm missing. Yeah, put them in. Dismantle extra. Dismantle selected. And Dragon Link. Damn it. Okay, I'm thinking, is there anything else I need? Oh yeah, Varudras. Thank you for the 16 months. No, in my gift box, it's just this really annoying because it's crafting points for commons, which I just don't have. I have I've reached the limit for the common crafting. It's annoying me as well. Don't worry. Like you're not the only one who's noticing this every time I'm in the menu. Okay, so now that we've opened the pack a little bit, let me talk about some decks that have received support from this pack, some decks that have suffered from this pack being added to the game, because, of course, we're adding Molcharmi, Fuvalos, and Purulia to the game, and let's talk about what that means. Now, first and foremost, I mean, it's obvious, right? Like, decks that are good into Molcharmi, Fuvalos, you had 4? Oh yeah, I'll do it in a moment. So, first off, I think Molcharmi Fuvalos is going to see much more play than Molcharmi Purulia in most decks, simply because in a best of one scenario, if you are going to risk drawing a dead card going first, you better make sure that that card is impactful when you're going second, right? Like, and Molcharmi Purulia, while it is a very good card that's being played a lot in the TCG, is more like a draw 1 to 2 cards kind of thing against most decks, whereas like Molcharmi Fuvalos against certain decks can be a lot better or a lot more restrictive. So I think if your deck is weak into Molcharmi Purulia, don't worry too much about it. The only decks that are going to play Purulia for now, I think, are going to be decks that like blind second. Like Tenpai, I think, is still a thing. And I mean, that's obviously the elephant in the room. Tenpai is one of the decks where you're always going to play the Molcharmis because you're blinding second. They don't have a downside in this sort of deck, of course. So you're going to see Fuvalos and Purulia in Tenpai a lot. Whether Tenpai is still good enough remains to be seen. My first impression is yes. Tenpai is still a thing in Master Duel for now. Because best of one, blinding second, having access to the Molcharmis, that's a pretty big deal. But other than that, I wouldn't expect many decks to run Molcharmi Purulia in the main deck. Maybe Tearlaments because it's an Aqua monster. Maybe Mermail Atlantean once we get those support cards because it's a water that they can discard. But that's the general idea with Molcharmis is if you have a way to make use of that card when you're going first, I think then it's reasonable to main deck Molcharmi Fuvalos. One example that I could think of for this is Chimera. Chimera is a deck that is inherently pretty strong going first. So having Fuvalos to help it going second is nice. As well as, if this deck is going first, you do have ways to make use of a Fuvalos that you've drawn. Of course, it still isn't ideal to draw it, but you can discard it for Nightmare Apprentice. You can use it with Chimera Fusion to summon a Guardian Chimera on the opponent's turn. You can summon Magnum the Reliever with it. There is ways how this deck can make use of Molcharmis even if it's going first, which is why I think Chimera is one of the decks that might still want to main deck Fuvalos in best of one. Another example of a deck, and it's a nice segue into a different topic, is Centurion. So Centurion has ways to make use of this card going first because the Centurion field spell, which you're trying to get to in every single setup, requires a discard. So in every single Centurion opener, unless you get completely stopped by your opponent's hand traps, you're going to have the ability to discard one dead Molcharmi Fuvalos from your hand. So these are the type of decks where I think that if you can mitigate the downside of this card when you go first, I think it's worth main decking. The other aspect that benefits a deck like Centurion in this upcoming format, and that is a big deal, is that it's not weak into the card itself. There are some decks that are not weak into Fuvalos and some decks that are also not weak into Maxi, which gives them a little bit of a boost if in the beginning people are playing both of these cards in their main decks, right? Like, if I mean, there's obvious examples like Fluandereeze or something that doesn't special summon at all, but there's a lot of mid-rangey decks that have been gaining a lot of popularity in the TCG as well after Fuvalos' release that just have a solid plan B under this card, right? And if if that's the case, that people are playing a lot of these kind of decks like Centurion in Master Duel now, or Tenpai that are blinding second anyways, you might not even want to play this card. And that's the big difference between Fuvalos and Maxi, and why they're not that comparable in power level, not even close, is because Maxi is pretty much good against everything. Even other decks like Labyrinth or Centurion or Voiceless Voice, you're basically guaranteed to get your draws in. That's not the case with Fuvalos. Card is much weaker going first, and card has a lot of matchups that can actually play around it. The only decks that are heavily punished by this card are like the super heavy combo decks that don't really have a plan B of what kind of setup they can achieve if they get Maxied, or for that matter, Fuvalos. One of those decks is Yubel, pretty much. The Yubel deck, even though it does get a boost from Varudras, which I've included in this list here, Varudras is a really, really strong card in Yubel, and Yubel is going to receive even more of a buff once the Fiendsmith cards are being added to the game. But for now, Varudras will already basically like make Yubel's endboards be borderline unbreakable if it gets to actually pull off its full combo. The problem with this deck is that if this deck gets Maxied or Fuvalos and you don't have an out to it, you will not be able to do much. Like, Yubel, any sort of Yubel combo requires multiple special summons from deck or extra deck. The only thing you can really do under Maxi Fuvalos without giving your opponent infinite draws is like Phantom of Yubel Pass, which is very weak. Any sort of Unchained combo line to end on Rage plus Trap card, any Appaloosa line, those sort of things will all require a bunch of summons and draws under Maxi and Fuvalos. And just for context, Yubel, Fiendsmith Yubel, was by far the most powerful deck in the TCG before Fuvalos released. And after Fuvalos release, it dropped like to third or fourth, even lower most represented deck, simply because this card, I mean, other decks got stronger, and this card existing just discouraged people from playing Yubel, because essentially, if you get hit with this card, you don't really have much of a plan B, and other decks did. So you would prefer those other decks over Yubel. Of course, in Master Duel, it's not just Fuvalos, it's also Maxi, right? So I think it remains to be seen whether the buff from Varudras actually outweighs the downside of playing one of the decks that is the worst into Molcharmies and Maxi, right? One way you could obviously counteract this sort of development is by putting Droll and Lockbird into your decks, as well as Ash Blossom and Called By and Crossout. But still, it feels like you're playing a very, very gambly game if you're trying to climb with Yubel right now. But still, I think it's worth mentioning that like Varudras does make this deck a fair bit stronger. Other than that, decks that I've already previously mentioned, Voiceless Voice is a deck that I don't think wants to play Fuvalos itself, because you don't have many ways to make use of it when you draw it. However, it is one of those decks that is pretty good into other people's Maxis and Fuvalos, and if those cards are popular, then playing cards that are decks that are good against them, I think is nice. So this is just an example Voiceless Voice list that you could play or encounter if someone wants to play a deck that isn't super weak into Maxis and Charmies. Similar note, Labyrinth. Furniture Labyrinth specifically, is a deck that I think benefits a lot from Fuvalos release, because A, your deck is not weak into those cards, and B, this deck can play Fuvalos, because if you draw Fuvalos going first, you have Furnitures to get rid of them. So that is a pretty nice little thing for Labyrinth to make use of. And this is particularly, I think, benefits the Furniture version of the deck, because if you're not playing Furnitures, then you won't have a way to get rid of the Fuvalos when drawn. But that gives Labyrinth, a deck that is already pretty strong when going first, a little bit of help going second, I think. Plus, you're going to have your opponents drawing bad Molcharmies against you a lot. So that's pretty cool. Some other decks. Ritual Beast, I think, is unfortunately in a pretty bad spot right now, even though it was one of the better decks going into the last Duelist Cup. This deck is very, very weak into Maxi, Purulia, and Fuvalos. No matter what your opponent is playing, you're going to have a problem with this deck. Also, this deck cannot really play Droll and Lockbird to counteract the Charmies, because you cannot really Droll yourself when you're playing Ritual Beast. It's just not really possible because you're relying on too many searches to get things going. So you're still limited to your Ashes, your Called By and Cross Out to counteract your opponent's Charmies and Maxis. So I don't think Ritual Beast is in a very good spot if people are playing the Charmies in high counts. Snake Eyes, still a good deck, I think. Snake Eyes has the advantage over Yubel in the sense that two things, actually. Snake Eyes has ways to deal with drawing Fuvalos when it goes first. You can pitch it for Diabellstar. You can search the Diabellstar or Wanted will give you ways to send the Fuvalos away. But specifically with Divine Temple of the Snake Eye, which I've added back into this list, Snake Eye actually has some ways to play around opponents' Fuvaloses if you get hit with it, because you could just go IP Masquerena, Divine Temple pass with like 1 or 2 draws, which is a reasonable situation to be in. That's way better than Phantom of Yubel pass if you can set up Divine Temple plus IP Masquerena, in my opinion. So Snake Eye Fire King is still okay, especially because the Fire King portion as well, this is an engine that is super weak into Maxi, but it's not actually very weak into Fuvalos. You can actually still do almost the entirety of your Fire King combos without summoning from deck or extra deck, because they mostly summon from hand or graveyard, which is another big difference between Fuvalos and Maxi, is how certain archetypes actually play under this sort of restriction relatively well, like the Fire Kings. The only Fire King that summons from deck is Volcanix's Graveyard Effect. Everything else you actually just don't mind. You can set up your Garunix, you can set up a Kirin in hand, you can set up Arvata, all these things under a Fuvalos without that much trouble. The same is true for other fire decks like Rescue Ace or something like that. You could theoretically also revisit under the Charmies. You notice, the more I'm talking about different decks, that, or I'm hoping that you notice, that there is a lot more nuance to Mole Charmies than there is to Maxi, which is why I actually thought the design in hindsight was a lot better than I anticipated. When these cards came out in the TCG, especially Mole Charmy Fuvalos, I was very skeptical, but I felt like, looking back at it now, it actually turned out a lot better than I anticipated it being, because there's better ways to play around it. There's more decks that don't auto-lose to those cards. You can't use them behind your board. One of the most frustrating things of Maxi is when your opponent makes a board and Maxis you. Not possible with Mole Charmy Fuvalos. And I do think in a best of one scenario that we have in Master Duel, there is a lot more things you have to consider before just slapping those cards into your deck, because I do think that people will play decks that have plan Bs into the Mole Charmies. If you're facing off against Centurion, Voiceless Voice, Labyrinth, Chimera, all these kind of decks, you don't necessarily need Mole Charmies in your deck in best of one. You would rather have other non-engine cards. You would rather have other hand traps or board breakers or even just more engine than a Charmy. The Charmies only really discourage people from playing the super over-the-top combo decks, like Yubel, even like something that's whose turns take forever, like Ritual Beast, or something like that. Those are the kind of decks that are discouraged by Mole Charmies, and that's the main difference between Maxi, because Maxi basically punishes any sort of combo play that isn't just like set 5 pass or stun, essentially, right? So I'm hoping that's a little more clear. And I'm hoping that I was able to give you guys a little bit of an idea of which kind of decks I think are viable. And of course, it always opens up the potential. If people are playing 3 Maxis and 3 Fuvalos, I'm also going to be like messing around with some of my pet decks like Paleo or something, which also just does not care at all about being hit with any of the Mole Charmies, really. So that's fun. Yeah. Other than that, from the new pack, I'm not going to give you guys any like input on Drytron because I am not a Drytron expert. Ashened is a deck that I'm going to try out myself. I actually have it built here. This is a very first draft of a list. I have no idea if it's like the best way to play Ashened or not. I haven't played it yet. I want to mess with it, but my take on Ashened is you don't have to get this deck if you're just looking for a competitive deck. I want to try this deck because it looks fun. but I don't actually have high hopes in terms of competitive viability. So, you know, take it with a grain of salt. I think if you are not looking to play Drytron or Ashened with this new pack, I think you are better off just crafting the Molcharmies that you need and then move on. The only reason to open the pack is if you're actually interested in playing like Ashened or Drytron or something like that. Which I'm going to try, but I don't have the highest hopes in it. I don't think it's going to be a competitively viable deck. Maybe like a fun deck to climb with. And then in regards to the new ban list, I've also built a Dragon Link deck. Of course, with Dragon Link's true nature, it's like a 50 card pile or something like that. With the new Dark End Evaporation Dragon, I think I'm going to play this deck a little bit for fun. However, I also will say with this deck, I think it does struggle with Molcharmy Fuvalos a little bit. Maybe a better way to play dragons could be a more control-y version, not Dragon Link, but more like the Bestial control. I was thinking of building a deck where you main deck Molcharmy Fuvalos and maybe even Purulia, because your plan is going to be to go Seals Pass, you know, the dreaded FTK, Seals Pass. And what you do then on the opponent's turn is you activate Seal's effect, tribute it for cost, and at that point you have no cards on the field, so you can even use your Charmies going first. So you're basically going to have like Bestials in hand, Steals, Molcharmies that help you going second, but you can even use them going first. That was kind of like my idea. But that's not what this list is. This is just traditional Dragon Link with Dark End Evaporation Dragon. But that's something that I'm gonna also explore with at some point. So yeah, that's that. That is overall my take on the new pack and Molcharmies and Master Duel. I think Molcharmies are gonna be fine. I think they're only gonna be a pain in the ass if you're dealing with specifically Tenpai. This deck, because in this deck, they basically have no downside, right? Like if you're always going second, then yeah, these cards are always auto-include in your deck because there's no real downside to it. The only thing that this does is it makes the Tenpai Mirror match even worse. Even the Tenpai Mirror, I wouldn't advise anyone to play Tenpai because the Tenpai Mirror is going to be so disgusting. If you lose the coin flip and you have like all these cards in your deck that essentially do nothing, you'll just watch your opponent OTK you with Pydra every time. Yeah, but in general, this is also something you could do in other decks, of course. You could play, Tenpai is not the only blind second deck, right? Theoretically, in best of one, Purulia and Fuvalos also help other blind second strategies. You know, you could mess around with that too. That's another way you could use those cards, I guess. That's worth mentioning. So yeah. Why did this Dragon Link deck not have... Where are my Chaos Spaces? You dismantled them earlier for some... I had 7! Why did I dismantle 6 Chaos Spaces? Okay, I guess okay, that was not planned. Now I'm gonna recraft them. Cool. Well, we got a glossy one at least. So now I'm gonna be extra annoyed because I have 2 regular and a glossy. Sick, love that for me. All right. Okay. All right, real quick. We have the White Forest Field spell also announced for Alliance Insight. Witches of the White Forest. Field spell card. You can only activate 1 card with this card's name per turn. You can only use the 3rd effect of this card's name once per turn. When this card resolves, you can add a White Forest monster from your deck to your hand, and if you do, you cannot special summon dark monsters from the extra deck for the rest of this turn. The first time each of your White Forest monsters would be destroyed by battle each turn. It is not destroyed. You can target a white forest monster you control. It's treated as a tuner this turn. Okay. Rip Gary. Yeah, that's true. Rip Gary. This is good, of course. I mean, look. All that a white forest field spell would have ever needed was this. Because this is the most broken concept for a white forest Rhoda. Because not only is it a white forest Rhoda, but it's also, after the fact, it's a free send for your white forest cards, right? It's a Rhoda that stays on the field, so you can send it for free. So that's incredibly powerful. Of course, locking yourself out of arguably the most common extra deck type is not great. But I'm pretty sure that's going to be a drawback that you're willing to take. And I'm glad it's here, actually, because this card would have been... I mean, it's still really good, but it would have been completely absurd if you got this sort of effect on a white forest card without any sort of drawback, right? So you're not going to be able to do Azamina stuff after. You're not going to be able to SP going second. You're not going to be able to IP going first. All these kind of things. You're basically, if you're using this card, you are limited to all the other things that aren't those kind of generic dark monsters and Azamina, basically, which is a good restriction. So, and the other two, bonus. I don't know how often it's gonna matter. Sometimes I'm sure it can, you know, like Stellar or LZ being a level 2 tuner can sometimes definitely be relevant. I think that could help. And this is also a little bit of a bonus. Sure, we'll take it. But most of the time, I think you're going to send this as cost anyways. But very, very good card. Very, very good card, even with the drawback. I think it's good that there is a drawback, because otherwise it would have been way too ridiculous. Even like that, it might still be too powerful, but it's good. Very good. All right. That being said, why don't we go ahead and get the painful thing out of the way first? Why don't we see what Ashened has in store for us? Now, like, once again, let's set our expectations straight here, all right? These are not great, but I want to see how bad they really are. And we are still in Platinum, so I'm hoping that we can at least climb out of Platinum with these Ashened cards. We've got VODs, which is obviously the key centerpiece of this archetype, which is during the main phase, if it's in your hand, quick effect, target a card in a field zone, special summon this card to your opponent's field, and if you do, destroy that card. Then you can add to your hand or set an Ashened continuous trap from your deck. If this card is sent from your opponent's field to the graveyard, you can destroy all monsters on the field. You can only use each effect of VODs once per turn. So this is kind of the centerpiece of the archetype. You're meant to destroy field spells, give this card to your opponent, and then once it hits the graveyard, you actually get to Raigeki your opponent's board, or Darkhold the entire board, which is what it's all about. We've got a whole bunch of other Ashened monsters, which all have the same summoning clause, because if Obsidian is in the field zone, you can special summon this card from the hand. The best one being Priestess of the Ashen City. You can only special summon it once per turn this way. If it's normal or special, you can add any Ashened card from deck to hand, which is pretty nice. Also a bonfire target. Then we've got Common, which I think has recycling. It's a level 4 extender. If Obsidian is on the field, you can target 3 Pyros that are banished and or in the graveyard, shuffle them into the deck. If you shuffled an Ashened monster, you can add Obsidian from your deck to your hand. Nice effect. Unfortunately, it does nothing on the first turns. But other than that, pretty cool card. We've got Hero, which is Disruption, because it says during the main phase, quick effect, target a Pyro on the field, destroy it. Then if you destroyed VODs, you can place Obsidian face up in your field zone. So if you can give them a VODs and establish Hero, that'd be pretty cool, because you can pop the VODs, which pops everything, and you have Obsidian after. Then we have King, which is during the main phase, special summon an Ashen from the hand. Or if your opponent controls a monster with 2800 or more attack, you can special summon one from the deck instead, which is pretty nice because that if VODs is 2800. We've got Extinguishing, which is a Foolish for a Dark Pyro, and then you can add a level 5 or higher Pyro from the graveyard to the hand, so this basically searches VODs. Locks you out of the extra deck, except for Pyros, which basically is an extra deck lock. You can banish this card from your grave to fusion summon a Pyro. And then we have Obsidian. Face up, special summon monster your opponent controls become Pyro during your turn only. You can only use each of the following effects of Obsidian once per turn. During your end phase, you can target Obsidian in your graveyard, place it on the bottom, then draw a card. So you're meant to, because you're meant to repeatedly destroy Obsidian, they have an effect built in where you can recycle the Obsidians for card advantage. If this card in the field zone is destroyed or banished, you can special summon an Ashened from your deck. So you do get the benefit when this card is destroyed. And then we have Awakening of VODs, which I think is the best card because it places Obsidian from the deck. And then if the opponent has a card in the field zone, you can even add a level 5 or higher Dark Pyro. But you are locked out of the extra deck. This is pretty good. And then we have the two trap cards. When this card is activated, add VODs or Ashened monster from the graveyard to the hand. You can target a face-up monster your opponent controls that you own. Take control of that monster, then you can make all face-up monsters lose attack equal to the targeted monster's original attack. Last until the end of this turn. You can only use this effect once per turn. And then we have, this I think is a super poly. During the main phase, you can fusion summon a Pyro fusion from your extra deck using monsters from either field as material, including VODs, and if you do, it gains 500 attack for each material used. Banish this card in a Dark Pyro from your grave. All monsters your opponent currently controls become Pyro until the end of this turn. Yeah, this is a super poly off Wish. Yeah. Maybe you might want two of this card, honestly, so you can use both effects on the same turn. Oh yeah. And then they've got two extra deck monsters, which is Embers of the Ashen, which just takes two Pyro monsters, which means that you can super poly for this if Obsidian is on the field, because your opponent's monsters will be Pyros during your turn. So you can use these, you can use super poly, and you can use this to make this with any two monsters. If this card is fusion summoned, target a field spell in your grave, add it to your hand. At the start of the damage step, if this card battles an opponent's Pyro, destroy that monster. This card can make a second attack. Each affects once per turn. And then we have VODs, the Dragon of Endless Darkness. Cannot be destroyed by card effects. Can't target it with monster effects. If this card's fusion summoned, destroy all spell traps your opponent controls. When your opponent activates a card or effect on the field, you can send a face-up Ashened card you control to the graveyard to destroy that card. So it's like a built-in Ghost Ogre. Yeah. They've got some cute cards. It looks kind of fun. I don't know how good it's gonna be. We're just gonna jump right in. We're also playing Chicken Game to destroy our own Obsidian. We'll see. We'll see if we can at least, maybe we can at least climb with it in Plat 8. We climbed with Flame Swordsman yesterday, so come on, Ashened. You can do it, Ashened. I assume I'm still going first. But I'm not entirely sure what kind of setup I want to achieve even. But let's see what we draw first, and then let's see how we can make it work. Alright, I think this is the best case scenario, because we haven't drawn any Ashened cards. I'm pretty sure this is one of the best hands this deck can produce. I did put a Shangri-Era into this deck, but I don't think it makes sense here. That Rice Heart is a discard for Super Poly, I think. No, I'm not playing a Rice Heart. I guess I could. That's very funny. Sure. So this adds any Ashened card. Poly ruins them? I mean, probably. Depending on what they add here. They add Spearhead. Okay, I don't think they have VODs in hand, because they could have hit my Wraithsoth with it. So I'm gonna go Fenrir on their Obsidian. Also activate Unicorn. Yeah, okay, we got rid of the Obsidian. It's nice. We look at their extra deck. They play 2/2. We haven't given them access to Typhon. Let's just take the Garura, I think. Take the Garura. Whatever. So they added Spearhead. Okay, so they did have access to VODs, but they just didn't go for it. Interesting. This play would have been a lot stronger if they already had VODs in hand, because they could have protected their field spell from, you know, they could have protected their field spell from my Fenrir banish, but I think if there's any argument, like anything that helps this deck in Master Duel over the TCG, it's the fact that Chicken Game is at 3. Chicken Game is pretty good in this deck because you can like destroy your own Obsidian super easily. What are the materials for Bro? VODs plus 2 level 9. I can just I think I'm gonna super poly into this thing. Yeah, I'll do it. It's very funny. I'm gonna lose my Kashtiras here because the VODs can trigger. But I'm also gonna get to destroy their back row. And my VODs cannot be destroyed. So it's fine. I can just bring the Kashtiras back with Birth anyways. Ooh, see, we can activate Obsidian right? Activate Obsidian and then set Chicken Game over it to trigger it. If this card is destroyed or banned, yeah. Hold up. That's fucked up. That's annoying. Not considered destroyed. Oh, that doesn't work? I thought that's how it worked. Wait, Chicken Game is ass then. Eh? Oh, it's sent. Okay, sick. Great. Wasted Obsidian. Love that for me. Guys, I know the field spell rules changed in 2011. You're not a comedian if you're saying that. But I thought placing a field spell over your own field spell still considered it being destroyed. I'm well aware that if my opponent has a field spell and I activate a field spell, that that it doesn't destroy it, okay? Okay. I think in that case, Chicken Game sucks ass in this deck. Which is very unfortunate, because I thought that card was a lot better than it is. Thankfully, we ran into a mirror match. So we just add like another, like we just add like Effect Veiler maybe. I specifically would like it to be, I would like it to be Effect Veiler over Imperm, because this can draw a card in the end phase, and I would hate to draw Imperm with that. Multi-universe? What's that do again? Activate only if you don't control a face-up card in your field zone. Target a field spell that's banished. Or in either grave, destroy this card, place that card. So this is just recycling Obsidian. I don't know. I don't think I want that. I don't think I want that. Let's just play Veiler for now. You can play Fusion Armament for 1 negate with the Gaia Fusion. Which Gaia Fusion? I'm confused. The level 7 one? Bro. Not that one. What are you talking about? The level 11. So it's not the level 7 one. Not only did you tell me the most generic thing, but you also didn't even do the right thing. But like armament, doesn't armament summons the thing negated? Reveal a fusion, special summon one of the materials. It can't attack, and its effects are negated. So... Eh? Gaia Blaze, the force of the sun. Force of the sun. You special the Synchro Gaia. And then what? What have I achieved? I have this. Where's my negate? Okay. All right. Let's move on. All right. I hope we open Chimera cards again. I guess we hope our opponent uses a field spell, because if not, we have a little bit of a problem. You fuse using the Ashened spell? Well, I don't. No. No, I won't. Oh, hey, mate, that's good. That's good. That's good. We've had looped them for 2 cards. Not like we have any other plans this turn. That's good. Please activate field spell. Activate a field spell. Come on, man. That's not fair. Your Chimera monster is bigger than my Chimera monster. Ah. No! Oh my god. Why did they make this so bad? Why is it so bad? Why can you ash it, man? Oh, man. Oh, man. We've been ashened. Why is there even Tomahawk here? You play nothing to do with it. Guess I'll... There's not even Zeus. Yeah, take my bonfire so I can draw King of the Ashen City. Oh, man. Ha ha ha. Why did I clicked the wrong card. I'm actually so tilted right now. I'm actually so tilted. I'm actually Ants don't miss. Thank you for the 5 subs. Appreciate you a lot. The golden kappa train always happens when I'm the maddest. I don't know why that is. I don't understand it, but I have no idea why I'm doing this. Unironically, I don't understand it either. Chris, thank you for the gifty. Booble, thank you for the 5. Appreciate that a lot. Queen Panda, thank you for the 11. Solar Tier, thank you for the 20. It is cheering me up a little bit. It is helping. But the fact that this resolved also cheered me up because I don't think like there's a world where it's not over, is it? You got a royal. That's nice. Congrats. No, I don't want to ash my own VODs. Thank you. Uh, Why did they hit my one-off king? My deck cannot out a Shangri-Era. Why does it kill my own monsters? Why does it do that? These cards are unacceptably bad. It's these cards are it's just not okay. It's not okay. Where's my board? Why did VODs destroy more cards from me than it did from them? It's from graveyard. It adds from graveyard. But what am I supposed to play Draco Sack to destroy my own Obsidian so that these cards actually do something? Is that what I have to do? Why are we trying to play Ashen? Because I thought it looked fun. I didn't realize how frustrating it was because the cards are so horrendously bad for no reason. Why can't you Ash VODs? Why does VODs destroy your own board? Why am I drawing multiple Ashen cards and they don't produce a single thing? Okay, this does something. Surely. This has to do something. This just has to do something. Okay. I'm gonna summon VODs by popping this, which is gonna allow me to summon this one, King, which King is gonna give me another one. So what else do I want? King is gonna summon Shaman, I guess, but can I resolve Shaman even? I don't know. What do I want here? Extinguish? King summon hero. Yeah, but then what? I mean, yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'll just add another Obsidian. The spell diffuse. Use into this guy to add the field spell back. Hold up. Sick. It's once per turn. I don't think I want to use it yet because I can summon another one and then use with it. Not yet. What is this deck? Sure. On my way to destroy my own Dragostapelia. Christ. Ah, good card. Three loving defenders. Holy shit. It's so fucking cooked, man. But what does any of this mean? What do they mean by this? What are they trying to do? Oh, God. This, I guess. This is lore accurate Yubel. This is how Yubel should have been played. I did this. And do you want to have the VODs back? Can you take it from me? Oh, but this one only destroys your opponent's spell traps. Yeah, because that makes sense. The other one destroys everything. Why would it not? Yeah. I can't out the spirit of Yubel, by the way. I just cannot. That's pretty good. I don't know what you're protecting from your extra deck, but sure. Sure thing. Yeah, Diapalooza. Honestly, I just want to have the feeling of like my opponent starting with a really broken field spell and I just activate VODs on it. I would love that for me. That's a lot of Ashened cards. I don't remember. I don't remember the last time I've played against against 60 card branded and they didn't open branded fusion. I just don't remember it. It hasn't happened. Oh god. The irony, dude. My deck is full of 30 Ash cards and I'm still losing to branded. Would you believe it? I opened 4 Ash cards. Four Ash, no Blossoms. Where did your Mirror Jade go? Why is Albion banished? Why is Mirror Jade in the graveyard? Every card is in the wrong location. Alright, sick. Alright, surely this has to cook, right? This just has to cook. There's no way it doesn't. I'll Bonfire. Or Shaman, because I already have Priestess. I don't think that matters too much. I gotta chain this to it, though. We're just gonna miss out on the Priestess search, but I think we have enough. Problem is we might trigger Grand Guignol, which I don't think we can even do anything against. I'm not sure how to play this turn. But the Droll is a little annoying. Why did I activate Obsidian? That was stupid. The fact that VODs kills my board is so incredibly stupid. What am I gonna do? I either pop this VODs now to out this thing, or if I special King to be able to summon from deck. Can't you fuse it away? No. No, I can't. Pop is optional, I guess. Is any pyro? Where's my timer going every time, dude? I'm not doing anything. Time to pop 2 cards of my opponent and 5 of my own. Unbelievable. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. Are you playing the deck correctly? No, I'm not. I'm playing it for the first time. But it's just like, even if I was playing it correctly, it's still garbage. It's very frustrating to play because there's like so many. You're working so hard to pull off the gimmick of the deck, which is giving your opponent VODs and sending it to the graveyard. And what's your reward? You pop your entire board. You own stuff. How many years ago do you think this deck would have been need to release to be good? $2010. 2010, it's like Rogue. It's Rogue. 2007, it's meta. Yeah. $2012 will be okay. There's no way I'm playing this over Dino Rabbit or Wind Up. No shot. I would have beaten this branded player with Magician Shark. Do I have any way of recycling my shaman? Because that's the only way I get back into my resources, right? How do I get shaman back from the graveyard? You play 2? You have got to be kidding me. I can't get it back. I can't get it back. All right. What did I want to play? I wanted to play some Chimera today as well. Also, I mean, we haven't seen a single Mold Charmy activated yet. Ooh, this hand's nice. Remember, Josh thought he could climb out of plat with Ashened? We had a positive win rate, comedian. It's just not fun to struggle this hard with this deck because it's just frustrating to play. Do I want to revive with this yet? Probably do. Okay, so I want to... What am I trying to end on here? If I go Beatrice or Sword Knight, I could also go Muckraker to revive the Baphomet, which would also work. If I want to go Muckraker, I'm going to revive this. No. Add that. Is the collab later or tomorrow? What collab? Jesse? Oh, Jesse we're doing on Monday. I wanted to have enough time today to play myself. But we're just trying different decks in the new format today. I'm trying to get to Diamond soon and Master so that we can have more representative games. Oh. Ryan, I opened more than 40 packs and I got even less than that. So don't feel too bad about it. Is it worth keeping Beatrice around? I don't think so. There's nothing else I want to send. Just make SP. I got 0 Fuvalos and 0 Fuvalos, 0 Varudras. Hell is this? Doesn't have a graveyard effect at least. $20 packs, 1 Drytron you are? I was lucky. I got more than that. Check Discord. Important. Molcharmi Perulia. Hello, combo. Huvalos. Combo broke. Maxi. Understandable. Have a great day. That's important. You're sending me a Discord DM with this meme saying important, and then when I don't see it, you come into my Twitch chat, tell me to go check Discord because important. I'm not laughing at the meme, by the way. I'm laughing at the audacity to do all that just for me to look at this. I just want you to know that. I just want you to know that. Also, I can't help but notice that my hand is ass, but what I wanted to say, I can't help but notice that we haven't seen a single Molcharmi card activated in Platinum today. So all of you guys saying, Keck W, we have 9 max Cs in Master Duel now. You guys don't have to worry about it, because where you're playing the game, no one's playing Molcharmis. We are all Master 1 players here, Josh. You're just hiding from us in Plat. I understand. Brick Clown, Snow, Scream, Rainbow Bridge of Salvation, Rhino Heart. Understandable. I ain't watching all that. Can we play a new deck, please? There's no new decks in that set. We tried Ashened. I'm never playing Ashened again in my life. I'm not playing Drytron. There's nothing else in there. We can play dragons with the new Dark Evaporation Dragon, I guess. My hand is so bad. Holy shit. Can you build runic with no white forest? I hope you don't. I hope you're not referring to runic stun. But yeah, you could play runic Nateria, runic Bestial. Those are okay. Okay. Oh no, is it the first 10 pie of the day? This might be the first Charmy. We're 3 hours in and it might be the first Charmy. It might be happening. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Dude, my hand, I bricked anyways. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. I bricked. Cool. We are immune to Charmies. Ah, nice. Still dead. Ah, there it is. I'm thinking about just letting it happen because I'm not trying to do that much here. And it's probably 10 pi. It's probably 10 pi. Oh, that happened. Here's something I couldn't do under Maxi. I mean, I could, but it would give them an extra draw. That's fine. It's still different. I hate you guys. Annoying. That makes my hand a lot worse. I need to draw a monster. Hey. If I normal summon Sword Knight and use its effect, that's terrible into Called by the Grave. Other than that, it's fine. And if I do get Called by the Grave, at least they won't have it for my Ash Blossom. So I think that's fine. That's also very bad. All right, we keep staring. It's probably 2 imperms. Yeah. What if I'm supposed to play around? But what do I really... I could poly. or Chimera Fuse into another. I think that's better. I think I'm supposed to. I think this is better than last turn because this was a Kotal. With Kotal, this is better because it gives me protection from Imperm onto this. Which Mirror Sight Sword Knight doesn't do. They actually need to throw both of their Imperms at it, which is okay by me. And I could still dodge it if I wanted to. I could still chain another Chimera Fusion. No. Which I think I... No, I shouldn't waste my Ash Blossom like that. I'll just accept it. We can Magnum, but I don't want to lose Ash Blossom. They don't have a starter, so I'll just like... But now I have Baphomet, I have Sword Knight in the graveyard, and I have Ash in hand. I think that just has to be fine. Okay, they can add, but whatever they add, that's not how that works, bro. Nice. All right. I do think the nice thing about Chimera is that I don't think the Charmies hurt this deck that much because you do have like, of course you can't go full combo, but if you get Charmied on the Chimera Fusion in a normal opening hand, what you'll just do is you'll just make either this Chimera Fusion or this Chimera Fusion, give them one draw, set up your Diabels in the graveyard, reset your Chimera Fusion, pass, get your hand rip in the end phase. You have like Mirror Sword Knight in the graveyard for a monster negate, set Chimera Fusion. It's actually fine, I think. That's why I like this deck. What's the next? Let's do the rank up game with this. Not playing Dark Barrier Statue. I don't think you need Dark Barrier Statue. I think the Diabels is easier to set up and better. Another Tenpai. All right. As much as I hate playing against Tenpai, I do like that we're playing against more relevant decks right now because it's more, you know, I think it's more relevant to see how this deck performs. This hand is not great into. Purulia is okay. That's literally one draw. And we could play around Purulia completely by using these two from hand. If I Sword Knight first again, let's do that. Alright, I'm gonna go Baphomet. Target Sword Knight. I don't see the point in playing Purulia. I mean, they're clearly playing Tenpai or any other blind second strategy. In which deck, in those decks, I would play it. In those decks, I would definitely play the card. This. Sword Knight. Wait, Sword Knight. Special Baphomet. They draw 0. In this case, yes. In this case, they will draw 0, yeah. Off of the Purulia. I should have added this back from the graveyard before summoning this in case they had Valor. That was a little bit of an oopsie, but we didn't get punished for it. So here I'm thinking Chimera with these two. Magnamute. It could be Magnamute. I hope it's not. It was Bell. Okay. So all things considered, this is one of the reasons. I mean, Purulia is not the main reason why I like Chimera, but there's ways to play around these cards, which if you count how many draws I would have given to a Maxi right now, I think it's clear what the difference is between these two cards. At least I'm hoping it's clear. I feel like it's clear, but why do they even run Purulia? You have Maxi and Fuvalos. I mean, in a blind second deck like Tenpai, I think it's fine. That is not how Droplet works. This is not gonna work for them very well. Okay by me. Explode in 3, 2, 1. I started counting a little too early because I didn't anticipate for them to take so long to select which one to negate with Droplet. Otherwise, I would have been on the spot. Okay. Why don't we take a look at Dragon Link? Now, I don't think this deck is particularly good into the Mole Charmies. I suppose you could just go Seal's Pass whenever you get Charmied. But we can try. I just wanted to play some dragons because of two reasons. Obviously, they got new cards back from the list, like they got the third quick launch, and I'm not using multiple of the baby dragons, but theoretically you have access to more copies as well. And they get the new Dark End Evaporation Dragon, which is a pretty strong option, I think, for dragon decks, especially going second. It's really good. This version looks kind of cheap considering it's 60 cards. It's 50 cards. But Dragon Link, yeah, Dragon Link isn't that expensive. It's like most of the cards are in the game since forever, and a lot of the cards were super rares on release. It's pretty super rare heavy, but ultra rares is fine. Yeah. Alright, we've been playing Mole Charmies now in my deck for a couple games, but I haven't drawn a single one going second yet. Maybe this is the one? This is the one. Alright, now do you Charmy in draw phase? Probably not. We'll see. Okay. I feel like I'm supposed to use this on resolution. I don't think I'm supposed to Ash Mantis. I feel like I want to Fuva before they summon Sarah. Is what I'm thinking. I feel like against this matchup, unfortunately, I'm going to have to use it in an open game state. And if they want to just not play into it, they can. Like, worst case, they just go, like, set 4 pass or something. Well, we'll see. You Purulia and draw. Yeah, I mean, Purulia you always do in draw phase, because most decks start with their normal summon. Or a lot of the time, your opponent will start with the normal summon. Okay, I guess the timing of the Fuvalos didn't really matter, because they have called by anyways. That's the annoying part with these cards. They still don't save you from having to play the mini game to resolve them. Especially in Master Duel, where there's 2 called by. I'm getting the feeling this hand is very strong for them. Seems like, is this the best normal summon for the deck, Mantis? Maybe Mermelio is just as good. Okay, they're pitching a Holatea for Holatea. I feel like this is the best moment to Ash, because there could just be a... What's it called? Rafflesia next. Mermelio is the best, Mantis is good too, okay. We're Bestial controlling? I'm not sure if we are Bestial controlling, because if they go, at the moment, if they go Rafflesia and Gravedigger's Trap Hole my Lubellion, my hand just passes. I don't know if that's... I don't know if that's great. Yeah. Oh, they went in on Royal Trap Tricks. There's no one on this earth who owns a Royal Sarah and a Royal Rafflesia by accident. Okay, Seyfert is a potentially really good draw, I think. The annoying part, that's probably my best bet at a called by target. I mean, I guess, now I've clicked already. I could have waited to called by the target for Holotea, but I think I want my, my Bestial. So is the set also Holotea? Did they reset something? No, the Holotea is under the Rafflesia. I was just looking for the second copy because I saw they discarded one. Seyfert. Chaos Space. Would you play Mole Charmies in Math Lab? No. Unless you're playing Furniture and Math. Which you could. But I would personally advise you to play Charmies only in Furniture. So you can discard them if you don't need them going first. Nine Charmies and Centurion. I'm assuming you mean 3 Maxis and 6 No, I wouldn't play Perulia and Centurion, I don't think. I personally wouldn't. You can, but... I guess that could be okay next turn. This under called by? No, it was Fuva. Okay. Let's go Magna. Banish Striker. Can't be destroyed by battle, so I'm gonna have to target this. This. Key barrier. That could be worse, I want to say, even though it's still gonna trigger the Sarah, which is annoying. But that could probably be much worse. The only thing is the decision I'm gonna have to make. They're gonna activate Sarah here to special summon, right? To which I have to decide: do I want to chain Maxi or not? Which I think the answer is yes, because I can. There's a lot of stuff I can draw. I have a normal. Oh, have I normal summon? No, I did normal summon Safeguard. I still have a normal summon. Yeah. If I draw a normal summon here, it's pretty good. Yeah, I can still draw black metal. I can draw another Safeguard. I can draw a rocket monster. Oh. During the next standby phase, I can special summon one of my banished monsters. Oh, that's nice. I can just bring back Chaos Angel. Okay, so normal summon Safeguard. Banish this card from your grave, target a trap tricks in your grave, special it. Which, that's not a disruption, is it? Nothing here. No, I don't think that's a disruption. I can go Safeguard. I'll probably just have to fetch... I'll have to fetch Levianeer, I think. It's just Levianeer. Right? Oh, wait. Is this better than Levianeer? Because if I go Levianeer, it cannot attack. It cannot attack, which is kind of a bummer. This I can, because with Levianeer, I'd be popping Rafflesia and the back row, right? Because everything else can't be destroyed anyways. So I'd just be popping Rafflesia and back row and pass over them. If I go Evaporation Dragon, I'd be popping the Rafflesia and then attacking the Sarah, which leaves the trap card. One, two, three. Can you revive with Levy? One, two. I have 3 lights, but what I would only be reviving a Magnamut. In defense position, which wouldn't do anything. I think I'll just go Levy. Okay, so we go standby phase. We get to resolve the thing, right? Right? Right, guys? Right? Oh, but they're gonna trigger their Sarah first. Yeah. Oh, they get to choose when it happens, right? Okay. None of that is unfortunately light or dark. I mean, I'll summon it and activate it, but I don't think banishing Sarah here is a big deal. They could just make another one, right? But I mean, I'll still do it. I don't know if maybe banishing one of the main deck monsters would have been better, but maybe I should have grabbed Baldrake to banish a Sarah. But they might not have a trap card. They might not have a trap card for another Sarah activation. In which case they would just be making a rank 4. I'm not too familiar with their rank 4s, unfortunately, and we're on very low timer, so I didn't want to like go and check. I guess we'll see. Kingui Kula. Add a Trap Tricks monster from your deck. Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah. Okay. That's pretty good. The thing that I'm wondering is it a problem for them that all 3 Holoteas are gone? Can they easily get one? Can they get a trap card to activate this turn? Because they might have a way to set it from the graveyard. Dionea, summon a Trap Tricks from the graveyard. Sure. Pinguicula. Target a special summon monster. Banish it. Sure. Do it again. Banish my angel. I can banish my own angel when they remove it. I can banish it for Druids to get it again. If a monster is banned... Okay, yeah, okay. Now you're going to attach my Levian here. Which is not good, because now it goes to the graveyard, so I can add it back with Safer. You should have let that one be banished. I feel like. Should have banished Angel so they yoink it. Even if they do that, banish Angel and then attach it, they have to keep it attached. Otherwise, I can just banish it with my Druisworm. And I mean, the fact that I get to summon from banished is already good, because I can even just summon like Seyfert, and that'll be good for me, because it's going to make Striker to add Boot Sector and stuff, because I still have all that. Okay, who are you? Special summon an insect from your grave. Oh, that works. That gives them access to Holotail. If they special DNA, that works. Technically, if that's what they're trying to do. Yeah. So they reset Holotea now. They make another Sarah, I guess. Oh, they're resetting Nightmare. Okay. This is like Plant Ryzeal. That's a crazy thing to say. That is a crazy statement that you just uttered. Have you seen the new White Forest Sinful Spoils cards? Yes. Unless there's another wave that came out like 2 minutes ago. We looked at them earlier. S.E. Little Knight. Okay. Sure. So there is a Trap Tricks Trap Hole Nightmare set, which is gonna counter my Chaos Angel if I choose to activate it. All right, battle phase. Love to see it. That's good. Spanish. Slender Revolution, thank you for the 23 months. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you for the long time support. We're gonna get back Fountain in 2025. This is the year. This is the year, trust me. It's not copium, guys. It's not copium. This year is the year. Floodgate Trap Hole. Okay. Yes, please. I would like to special summon. How often are you going to banish my Chaos Angel? Just admit that you can't beat it. Just admit it. Admit that you can't beat my Chaos Angel. I do think I lose. I do think I lose to the Floodgate Trap Hole. If my Druid's Worm was face up, this be okay. But since, I mean, now I don't know what to do because this thing is going to be crazy follow-up. I'm not sure what to do. It's okay to lose to Plant Rizio? Oh, okay. Thank God. Daniel, thank you for the 6 months. Yes, I am excited for 2025. I made a YouTube video about it. About what I expect from Yu-Gi-Oh! In 2025. You can go !YouTube if you want to see it. But long story short, yes, I am excited. Zatronimus, thank you for the 9 months. Welcome back. Okay, they're letting me resolve my Magnamoot. They're not using their Trap Tricks Trap Hole Nightmare on it. That is good? Question mark? How was the Ashen test? Really bad or at least mid? I do not want to talk about it in the slightest. Remember what I said about no one has a Royal Serra and a Royal Rafflesia by accident? They have 2 Royal Serras. 2 of them. Have I missed much today? It's been a fun day, I think. We've been talking about the new Molcharmies and the new decks in Master Duel. We looked at some exciting Sinful Spoils, White Forest, Azamina support for the TCG. We tried Ashened, which went horribly wrong. And now we've been trying to ladder with some other decks. Chimera, Dragon Link, that sort of vibe. Jesse, collab is going to be amazing. How does the Ashened Mirror even work? Funnily enough, we played an Ashened Mirror earlier. And it was won by super polymerization. I super polyed their entire board into the thing. Bro, stop! The Boudica shit! Yeah, so basically, it was technically an Ashened Mirror, but the way I won it was because I opened no Ashened cards. I opened Maxi, Ash Blossom, Fenrir, Unicorn, Super Poly. So I won. Because they had Ashened cards and I didn't. So I was at an inherent advantage. Okay, slowly but surely, we are losing grip of this game. I'm not happy right now. I'm not sure if we die this turn, but it's not looking good either way. We'll see. How's the Chummies Copium going? That depends what side you're on. Are you on the side that we now have 9 maxis in Master Duel? Or are you on the right side? Atipus. Okay, destroys my Magnamut. I'm on 8,000 though, so maybe I live? Maybe I don't? Oh, they have no more trap in the graveyard. Okay. Okay, so I guess the good news is we've gotten rid of all 3 Holoteas. That's gotta be a positive news, right? That's gotta be something good. Yeah, surely. Solve Magna. Pretty sure I want Lubellion in rotation. I need that guy in my life right now. Ooh, this gets banished. I didn't know that. Okay. Fuck off, man. I could have searched Evaporation Dragon. Okay, what is this other trap? Pretty sure we lost. It's very annoying because if I searched evaporation drag, if I had drawn a live card basically, this was playable, I think. Like if I have a normal summon here, I can maybe make something happen. Because like they have so many more monsters than I do, so I could revive with boot sector and stuff. Very frustrating. Couldn't you have normal summons there near? That's why I checked this card. It doesn't have to destroy a special summon monster. Yeah. Okay, unfortunate. That game was winnable with like slightly better draws. The hand was not very good. Or like the hand was fine, but the draws didn't turn out very well. They have 3 Seras. Are you crazy like that? They didn't have it's always like that. They always hide the third one if they don't have it. Mugen Man, thank you for the 80 for the 16 month. Appreciate that. Chimera and Dragon Link are fun. I'm having a good time with those. Not so much with Ashened. Don't think Fuba is going to be any good here. Looks like it's voiceless, right? 44 cards with Nadir Servant. Perfect matchup to not draw a single Bestial in. Okay, it's Labyrinth. I guess we have 2 Ashes. Can't complain about that. 2 Clock. Alright. Azaroon. Okay. Alright, I guess at least this is better than if it was voiceless, even though their hand is very good. We can chain block the lady, which is good. It could be worse. It really could be worse. Max C would have drawn 2 already. No, you don't understand. They're the same card. They're the same card, bro. You just don't want to see it. Four! Come on. Oh, if this was Stovey Torby. Nah, come. Nay! Are you really supposed to let Nadir Servant go through against a 44 card deck? There's no way that's correct, right? There's no way I was supposed to let the Nadir Servant happen just in case they play Labyrinth with 43 cards and open a Ku Klok combo. I don't think so. What else commonly runs Nadir? Voiceless. And against Voiceless, I think Ashing Nadir is correct. Take that too. Your favorite card art of 2024? I really liked Engraver and Perulia. Card art in 2024 was the prettiest card released in 2024. Not sure. Ashened. Ashened artworks are pretty good, but just based on the happenings in today's stream, I'm not gonna give Ashened any credit. Screw Ashened. No. Not Ashened. Anything but Ashened. Anything but Ashened, bro. Why is this game not over? I'm confused. Nah. Can't let him have that. It's really annoying. I don't think I can let him have that. But it's... I could have chained SP to it to banish the Ariana and save the SP, but I don't think that's the approach that wins here. I'm not entirely sure what even the approach is that wins here now that I don't have the Ashe anymore. But, I mean, they don't have Lovely, so that's good. They're in the battle phase. I'll do this. Chain. I'll banish your Corbin. Are you ready for Lovely 2? Barrier chained, sure. Synchro Monster is funny because that's essentially the only thing you would ever be doing this turn is summoning a Synchro Monster, so locked yourself. But if, like, making Chaos Angel in main phase 2 was definitely a play. Root. So now the question is, do they play 2 ladies? To which the answer is probably yes. Probably. But not everyone does. Ah. Surrender small. I think without the Extravagance top deck, that game's winnable. If we can hold the Ashe for the Welcome Lab and chain block the other trap with the Bestial, I think it's probably a 1 game. But it's alright. Certainly annoyed by that. Probably gonna be Seal's pass. Is what that means. It kind of makes me think they're playing a deck that's very weak to Mold Charmies, because I don't think Drone and Lockbird is that good right now in Master Duel. I don't think I would personally play that card unless I was playing a deck that's very, very weak to Charmies, like Yubel maybe, which is why I'm shotgunning Maxi to prevent like Phantom of Yubel in, yeah, anyway, it doesn't matter. Sure. It's fun how Charmies work with Seal's Pass. That's why I was thinking about making like a bestial control deck. Yeah, that beats me. If they go Laplacian now, it's kind of doomed. I think. Laplacian now with an Omni attached to it. Pretty good. But it might mean that we live. Unless they have a crazy broken normal summon, which they might. Knowing how my luck ends up being against... Oh, they didn't. They normal summoned, actually. Maybe it's okay, because I'm gonna get Seal's Grave Effect. Do they play two Laplacians usually? Because they did add Super Factorial. Oh. Bro, he's got a royal idiot. So, spell trap negate and super factorial, which might be able to summon. They play 2 Allen versions, right? So like they could still make a they could make an Allen version that has an Omni negate, right? So I think I have to grab a Bestial just in case. Boyger, thank you for the 22. Appreciate that. Okay. The problem is how I'm playing this turn depends very heavily on their extra deck. If they play Enigmaster Packbit for Dark Fluid, I might have a problem as well. If I play around, like I could banish the D-Save Worm with my Druid's Worm, but then I might lose to this. I don't have Typhon in this deck. I think it should have Typhon. I think I messed up by not putting Typhon. Go Ravine. Okay. They could have done it on the effect. Come on, mods. Josh himself said idiot, but moron is too much. The difference is I insulted a card. I insulted Firewall, Dragon, Dark Fluid, Neo Tempest, Terahertz. You called the opponent a moron. That's the difference. It's not about the word. It's about who you're trying to insult. They do play Packbit, I think. Oh, Aggregator? Okay, I'm so confused. Striker Dragon. I'm gonna activate this just to see if they have a response window. It doesn't look like they do. Okay. I'm just gonna go in now. Oh, okay. Okay. See, Josh, Cybers is fair. I still didn't enjoy that game, by the way. Even if Cybers loses, you're not having fun. No one wins in a game of Cybers. That's the problem. $60-card deck. Time to get my Maxi negated. Okay, never mind. I take it back. You're based. I didn't know you were based like that. $60-card Bestial Runic. Okay. Can you discard my Chaos Space? Thank you. You gotta have another runic spell, right? But you opened 4 runics. You're playing 60 cards. Davey Senator, thank you for the 27 months. Appreciate you. Well, this is rough. Okay. Branded fusion. Okay. Sure. I'll take 2 extra draws. Right. What do they mean by this? Of course, I have both Brandon cards. Ah. Ah. Oh, nah, not Magna Mood, man. Not Magna Mood. I was gonna search that. It's fine. Druis is okay. Druis is okay too. At this point, you're just clicking buttons for the sake of clicking buttons. Come on. None of this does anything. That's the one card I didn't want to draw. The one card I didn't want to draw. Food sector. I mean, I think we're fine here. I'm just trying to figure out the best way to go about it. I think I want to... I do want to find the baby dragons. Let's go safer. Don't forget the runic possibility. Yeah, don't worry about it. I know a thing or two. I could have kept the regained search or shuffle back for this one. Wait, I'm playing triple burst, right? I do. Okay. Could use this effect, but don't want. Can't target it, but yeah, I know. But I meant the fusion summon effect. What do they have? Oh! I didn't know it did that. I've never used that effect in my life. Okay, well, I guess I'll have to negate it. I should have attacked with the Boral end then. That's not once per turn. I'm confused right now. Why didn't we use regained? Yeah, that was dumb. I didn't realize it popped up. Why am I locked into dragons? Oh, this thing locks you into dragons. I was gonna make SP. Oh, not an ideal turn. I think we're okay. Hopefully. I was gonna SP. I forgot that the new dragon locks you into dragons only. Then I probably would have started with SP on the fountain. That is more than just a slight inconvenience. One out of 9. Stop saying 1 out of 9 every time Max C happens, okay? It's not that bad. Yeah. Okay, I'll wait with the regained. Fusion. I guess they could add back branded fusion now. Crazy as that sounds. Yeah, sure. Okay. So if I activate my branded beast, I'm Mystic Mind, right? That's what's going on right now? Hmm. That's annoying. I'm not happy about that. I'm gonna draw 3 cards from this. It's so criminal. That Maxi was brutal. Also something you cannot do with Molcharmi Fuvalos, by the way. Have you not drawn enough? I know who hasn't drawn their branded regained and branded beast, so they don't have a target for Lubellion. Yeah, that's right, them. I mean, they have a runic for sure, right? I mean, they're playing 60 cards. They might not. Or they could just, yeah, they can destroy my beast with their beast, I guess. Oh, okay. I might deck out. I might also time out. Okay. Bro, the goal of your deck is just to have as many triggers in as many phases as possible. Just so your opponent never gets to do anything. I would like to have a Levian here. That's the third one, by the way. You've drawn 3 maxis. You're playing 60 cards. Thank God, no Albalenitus, dude. Holy shit. Can I play now, please? Yeah. I just deck out, right? I might just deck out. Nine cards. Oh, nine. Ah! If I had time for a battle phase last turn, I would have actually been okay, I think, because I could have killed the stupid Albion. Ah! Oh, what is in your extra deck? Bro. Ugh. Incredible. Incredible, dude. The one-off talents, they had it too. Scythe is there. There's so many treats. Oh, it's Ashened. This is probably the best Ashened card. This might just qualify as the best Ashened card. Yeah, damn. Man. Oh man, oh man. That was a good game. That was a good game. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that. All right. Chat, it looks like we are leaving on a high note for today. I have to get going because I actually have a Ruxin collab soon. In a couple of minutes. I'm gonna be on one of the episodes of Guess That Price with Ruxin. So if you're enjoying that show, I guess that's good news for you. But yeah, I have to get ready for that. He's recording it off stream. And yeah, it's been a fun day. I do think I definitely want to play more Master Duel in this month, in this season. So if that's something you're enjoying, make sure to follow the channel. Hope you enjoyed today's stream. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for all the support. I will see you guys next time. I'll send you guys over to Mr. Farfa, who's probably also playing the new update. And I'll see you guys around with anything that isn't Ashened gameplay, really, next time. We're going to explore more for this upcoming format. But yeah, we'll get even higher quality gameplay when we reach Diamond and Master, and I potentially want to make an attempt at a high Master rank this month as well, because I'm really excited to play more Master Duel now that Chundra is limited. Even though Tenpai isn't gone, but it's still good. Anyways, I'll send you guys over to Mr. Farfa.